Alright, hello and welcome Internet. My name is Anna Merrill, also known as Ethan Merrill, and this is day 2 of a little series I'm doing called Let's Make. And what are we making? We're making Meteoroids, a clone of Asteroids done in the Godot engine. What's the catch though? I'm doing my self-coined monolith challenge for Godot, which means that during the development I am only allowed to use one scene with one node and one script. I gave a pretty full explanation of everything yesterday, so if you really, if you never use Godot or you don't understand exactly what kind of limitations this puts on me, you can go watch that. There is I try to put timestamps on all my live streams so they're a little bit easier to watch back through. But for today, I'm just going to try to dive right into it. And we'll see how everything goes. Alright, so I've already made quite a bit of progress yesterday. I'll go ahead and showcase the game a little bit here to start off with. And hopefully whatever is going wrong with my stream corrects itself pretty quickly here. Alright, so yesterday I did the player movement. I have it so that you can fly around just like the original Asteroids. You know, you can turn your ship and you can boost, and that's how you get control of your ship. And then obviously when you start moving, because they're, your inertia in a frictionless environment, you never stop because it's supposed to be simulating space physics. And the only way to stop is to try boosting in the opposite direction. And then I also implemented basic collision code, which right now all it does is it changes the ship's color, and that was just the last thing I did to test everything yesterday. I also made it because it's a vector-based game, so it should be able to display well in any screen size. So you can see I increased the size of the window, everything stayed center, and everything just scaled up. There's no loss in fidelity because it is just vector lines. And I should also be able to shrink it to an absurdly small size, and it should, it's a little bit harder to see, but the gameplay is not affected at all. The gameplay logic works exactly the way that you think it should. And that's because I went over this quite a bit yesterday, but I tried my best to separate the gameplay logic, positioning, and all that stuff from how it renders to the screen. So when it gets ready to render and whenever the screen size changes, it does that all in its own dedicated draw function and stuff that I also wrote by hands, because you can see even while we're running, all we have is this one node so far, and it's probably going to stay that way for a while. The only thing I might need to instantiate a node for later, which I'm allowed to do, I'm just being pretty intense about this so far, is in the ready function I can do something like audio stream. Like I might have to do something like this, where I make an audio stream player or something. I was told yesterday that it's possible to be able to play audio without having an actual node. I still have to look into that. I don't think I'm quite at the point where I need noise yet. But there's also, all that the original Asteroids uses is like simple saw and sine waves and stuff like that. Probably not even sine waves, probably saw and square waves. So there's probably a lot of stuff that I can just generate when the game starts and then use that for the entire project. not unlike, you know, how all of my shapes are stored. Like this is the ship, and you can see it just instantiates a bunch of points. This is, you know, it's not unlike how a 3D mesh works, except it's in 2D. You know, it's just defining a polygon and then it draws the polygon. You know, there's no, like, there's like a polygon 2D node that I could have used. It probably would have made my life simpler to use it. That's just the nature of the challenge. All right, enough faffing on about that though. One thing that I want to fix is that the rotation point seems to be off, which is something that we noticed yesterday. And what I found from looking at footage of asteroids, so you can see our rotation point is here. The rotation point should be on the back of the ship because it feels more natural, or at least farther back than it is, because it feels like this is like the center of gravity right here. It's also relatively close to the booster, which is what supposedly makes our ship go. And even though I'm only going to have an animation for like a little jet when we do the boost, in your imagination you're probably thinking that the booster also affects how the ship turns and stuff. So I'm going to just see if really quick I can fix that. I think one way is to see, yesterday I tried moving the points closer, so I'm going to change 10s to 12s. Actually, no, I can't just do that. So positive 10 is going to go to 12, and then this is going to go to 8. Just going to move everything on the x-axis. See if that looks any better. So it should still be the same shape. Be helpful if I could draw the origin points. That already feels a little bit better. Eventually I am going to probably do a stream where all I do is go into like Creator or something and turn on the grid mode, so I can plot out exact shapes for everything. Today I'm going to kind of gloss over that in the spirit of just trying to get some gameplay mechanics done, because I don't really have a lot of time today. My family's going to be doing some Christmas stuff later, and then I'm also going to be gone tomorrow, and so I definitely want to get done in time so I can just enjoy that, while also making sure that you guys have all the stuff that I've got done today. Oh, and that also reminds me is that in the description I have the GitHub and the itch.io page for the project. So on itch it is animeral.itch.io/meteoroids, and I will have all the latest builds as soon as I get done with this stream. I'm going to export, I'm going to upload these to itch, and then I'm going to commit the source code to GitHub. So if you want to check any of that out, the links are down below. All right. So today on my to-do list, I have 3 things that I want to do. I want to get the player the ability to shoot. I want to put meteors into the game. which those will be, there's 3 stages to them. There's a big meteor, and when you shoot that, it turns into 2 medium meteors. And then when you shoot those, they turn into 2 smaller meteors. And when you shoot those, they finally get eliminated. And so I'll have classes for all 3 of those. I want to, and then the last thing I want to do is possibly add in the beginning of a score tracking function, which will include, I'm not sure if I'll get all this done today, but that'll include making my own vector text display object, because even though I could make it easy on myself and just use a label and instantiate it and ready, and that would be totally allowed, I want to really keep the aesthetic of how Asteroids originally looked, and it had very sharp, vector numbers and vector text on screen, and I think that would end up, it'll fit the aesthetic better, and it'll be more authentic feeling. So I might do some of that today. And that'll also give me a chance to explain why I bothered putting in this polygon variable here, because the numbers will have this as false, whereas all of the game objects basically all use this weird 2-dimensional array where they're only using, they only have one array of actual points that they use. Which that also actually reminds me, there's an optimization I want to make, because right now this looks really ugly, and it's I feel like it's not clear why I'm doing this. So for the sake of readability, I'm going to add a function to the base game object that is func. Func get shape, which is going to return a pool vector2 array, and it is going to just return points.0. Because I just don't like the way that it reads out at the bottom there in the collision code, which I'm also going to probably need to move the collision code somewhere else, because I've been trying to migrate things from process up to appropriate class functions to try to keep an object-oriented philosophy kind of going here. So I should be able to replace this with get shape. And it should still work. Yes. No, wait, it's collision code. That means I have to hit this. It's weirdly hard to collide with things when you want to in Asteroids, but I suppose that once there's a bunch of meteors flying around, that's really where the challenge comes in. Do I use that? And that's unnecessary here because it goes through that entire 2-dimensional array, and a lot of this will make sense later. One thing that I need to clear up before I start doing numbers, though, is I need to also I need to also check and make sure that it's a polygon, because if you add a incorrectly formatted polygon to this draw polygon function, it will spit out, you know, 1 error per frame, and it bogs down everything pretty quickly. As well as the fact that it's probably, in all technicality, a fatal error, but you know, because of the way that Godot is designed, it still lets the game run. Yeah. One thing is that it's kind of hard to actually see if it's working, so even though I am drawing the playfield as a polygon, I'm going to just set this to false really quick. And that'll show me to make sure that, yeah, so you can see that basically all that polygon does is it makes sure that this last line isn't drawn, which is important for numbers. Like if you could imagine that this was actually the beginning of the number 2, so it would probably start off like this and then it would come back down here. If I had polygon set to true, it would turn back around and complete it into like a weird figure 8 shape, which is obviously not what we want, but that seems to be fine. And I'm also have some plans for how to handle. I always forget to turn the fill back off because I want it by default to make sure that like eventually I think I'm going to do some themes and colors so that you can perhaps through a config file or something be able to change the way the game looks pretty easily. But for default and like all testing purposes, I want to make sure that the you know, plain white lines looks good. Hey, welcome. How are you doing today? So I guess first point of order is so there's no reason that this can't be in the level code. Actually, there is a reason. I really gotta figure out if there's a way that I can call functions outside here. I'm doing all right. Just so you can define static functions. Does it need to be this way? Can't call it a non-static function. I'd really like to get the draw end. Like I would like it if the classes had access to all of my what are essentially global functions. Like I could just make all of these like classes, I guess. Like I could make like a globals like singleton sort of thing. Because the classes can call from each other, but they can't call from the stuff downstream. I'm wondering if the functions just have to be defined first. Let's see, let's grab this test square. I'm just gonna move this down there actually. Then I'm going to give it might be a waste of time. I'm just really curious if it's still, it doesn't matter, it's just outside of the scope. I don't even know how to Google how to solve this problem or if it is even solvable, because GDScript is different enough from Python. I mean, one of the reasons that this doesn't work is because of the differences. I don't know how these can be made visible to the scope of these. Because node 2D is not a parent, because the way that inheritance work, well, no, using get parent or something only works for if they are actual nodes that you have added child to, so they're part of the scene tree. I'm not sure this, where they're just sort of abstract units of logic. It's just some random thing. I wonder if there's any way that you can. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to, instead of screwing up my other functions, I'm going to just make a simple hello world function. Print. Hey, how's it going? Alright, so I'm just gonna, I want to make sure that it has something to pass. And somehow or another, I want to be able to call that function here. I know you're really vocal about the fact that I can't do that. See. And I want built-in types. That's not what I wanted. There's this list up here. So self-referred returns to current class instance. It got 5th place out of 22. I'm pretty proud of it. I'm also glad that everyone liked it. Interestingly, I actually got 1st place for theme, but I got 5th place overall. So people must have been really engaged by the concept of, the whole time is currency thing. I'm not seeing any kind of keyword that's going to magically make this possible. Are you kidding me? Okay, hold on. Test where the variable extends a given class, whereas I'm guessing demonstration of that occurring anywhere in these examples. I do kind of wish that there was a more straightforward way to look up how certain keywords work. Excuse me. None of that helped. And that doesn't work the way I think it does, I guess. I guess it works for that. I'm wondering if why you can't. Oh, because level isn't inherited from it. Duh. So level that up. Check that. Boom. Okay, so this does work the way that I think it does. The one thing I'm a little bit shaky about, though, is why it throws an error when it's not true. If this works, that means I don't have to do the meta stuff. Okay, I'm just like, I don't understand why this throws an error, though. The value type level will never be instance game object. Because if I can't do something that could potentially not be true, then what use is it? Well, in any case, it's probably good to know. And feel a little silly not knowing of that already. It also means that I can choose to not use this like weird metadata stuff. Alright, so now that I've gotten completely distracted. I want to call this function in a class. How do I do this? This isn't valid. It sort of makes sense because it's, I guess, nowhere even remotely involved in the scope. Can I do something like this where it's just so that works. Feeling pretty shaky about the idea of putting these into some kind of class though. Like this is where programming gets into like a weird philosophical game where you have to think about like, what is, if I made like an object of this, what does it even represent? Is it just like some sort of like abstract notion of an object that like is so far out that like I can't really, but like on the other hand it's like just simply not going to work unless I put those functions into like a like, what am I gonna name it? Like game manager? Game. like, you know, you're hitting rock bottom when you like make something like that. But then that will also let me put all of these just gonna copy for now. I don't want to ruin everything. Immediately doubling the size of my code here. Oh, but of course, now this is going to need all of the variables. So this is going to basically be like a game manager. It's just like this recursive thing that like it has no like top level that you can, because now, because this isn't, if this was extends like this would immediately solve it, and there we go. And but then I also, because another thing you can do is like you can do something like that. Just get rid of this. This isn't going to work. You can do something like this, and then you're like, oh, well. I can just do something along those lines, but that isn't going to work either. I could maybe try to give game objects a reference to excuse me, I'm apparently something's messing with my sinuses today. And I can actually pass in things on the construction, if I remember from what I was reading there for a second. This is going to be goofy though. So arguments. So I just have to define them. Initialize. And so how do you use this then? I'm guessing that you have to pass them to the new function. Let's just see if this works at all. So, master. This took a weird tangent today. Not sure if I like this. Master reference name. A pretty easy one to get working. I feel like this is like expected at least one, so oh, of course. Now, until I figure this out, first I want to see how it works for that one, because that's going to be important for instantiating all the others. So just do that to keep it from yelling at me. guessing this has to do with how the node doesn't actually know anything about itself until it gets here. When it finally has all of its information. Okay, so now putting this back down here. So instead of doing that, I should just be able to do game master reference dot hello. Awesome. And actually, kind of curious to see if it still works when doing this. So this seems to work because, of course, everything in the script is pretty much initialized as soon as the game starts, but the specific things for Godot objects and nodes don't seem to work. Alright, have a good nap, and happy holidays or Merry Christmas or whatever you celebrate. Thanks for hanging out for a little bit. Alright, so this is good. This is the beginning of being able to do something good here. So with a game master reference, I should be able to pass that down through other objects. So let's go back up here. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, not. No. Hold on. I kind of dislike that when you use Control K, it puts the pound symbol over there instead of at the beginning of the line, because it screws up like indentation and stuff. So now all of everything is going to get broken. What do you mean? Oh, I think I understand what it means. So I need to pass this in. That's getting all kinds of verbose that I don't like. I'm gonna change it to this. Alright, because here this is really goofy syntax. I don't know if this is like how Python does it or what, but I've never seen anything like this where during a function declaration you also just have to pass a call down the line of inheritance, or up the line of inheritance, I guess, whichever way you want to look at it. But what is good is, I guess this means that I can just I was afraid during these I was gonna have to do some like weird stuff like that or whatever. It looks like I just pop it right into new. It should work. Oh, except no, it's not gonna work that way. That's probably fine. I needed to redo this anyway. But first I'm going to get it in here, and I'm going to go just have to pass this into each one. Finally. So this isn't defined in the scope. Boom, this should be defined in the scope. Okay. And I'm just going to get rid of this stuff. Because I did more or less find out that wasn't necessary. So I can get rid of this hello function. And this also means that I can just leave, more or less leave the actual functions out here alone. The main difference is that I'm going to be passing in, like during specific draw calls, I'll be passing in self or something to that effect. All right. Well, that was literally nothing that I had like on the to-do list today. But it is an hour in. I'm going to go take my break. It should be 5 to 10 minutes, and then when I get back, God knows what I'm going to do next. Yeah, I really, I got distracted by a tangent right off the bat there. But I think it's going to be for the best, because ideally I don't want to be doing like I want to be doing like game logic up here in the game objects and stuff like that. I don't want to be like having half of it out here and half of it in there. And the main reason that I couldn't do certain things is because I didn't have access to like my draw functions, and I didn't have access to the collision functions that I transferred over yesterday. So now these can just sit out here, and that's fine. There probably is a more eloquent way to do it. Like for instance, I probably could put the collision logic into one of the classes. What I can't do though is anything that has a built-in draw function, because the only reason I'm able to use these all is because our base class for the node that this whole script extends from is a node TD. which, as I went over yesterday, is inherited from canvas object, which is where all the draw functions come from. And basically, canvas objects cover like all the 2D rendered stuff in Godot. So I would, if I wanted any of these to have, I think I already did this earlier to show it, but if I wanted any of these to have the draw functions, I would have to first extend from node 2D. But that would, in order to actually use any of the draw functions, then I would have to add all of these as like children of the parent node. It's just a mess. Oh god, I need to get some coffee, and I just realized that I don't have that over. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I need coffee. I need a break, and then hopefully I'll get some of this done today. Alright, hello and welcome again, everybody. I'm back. Let's see. So now I want to get some of this up here. There's no reason this thing can't just be in the level process. Hold on. Yeah, okay. So I don't know why that's indented so far there. Can I indent this out? And this will help it be a lot less verbose. I'm also going to be changing the way the object array is set up, because there's going to be a lot of dynamically instantiated objects like bullets and asteroids. Well, at least bullets will be. Excellent. All right, so yeah, this could probably further be simplified by actually adding this to the ship itself. Actually, no, that's not true. I don't think. I would have to. I could make a check ship collision sort of thing, where I could migrate this up to that, and then I would have to pass in whatever object I'm wanting to check against, which might be a good idea eventually. realizing though that I'm going to basically need something like this for the bullets. And you might be thinking, you know, what benefit is there to doing this where you're migrating things up like this? It seems like all it's doing is it's making the classes more complicated, and it's reducing these to just being, you know, one or two calls to like a general manager object. You know, the main reason that I'm doing this is because eventually I'm going to want to use these external functions here, like the, you know, the main ones for our primary node that is acting as the game manager at this point. I'm going to want to be using these for like state management. So eventually I'm going to have, you know, instead of level, I'm actually going to be starting on something like title screen, and then I'm going to have menus, and, you know, I'm going to want these to be as simple as possible, because managing that state between, you know, levels and menus and game over states and level transitions and stuff like that, I'm going to want to have those all be handled in themselves, so all their logic is contained. So down here, all I have to do is worry about, like, all right, well, if game state is title screen, then, you know, just do that, and just check for, you know, whenever we get a signal to switch over to the level instead, or something along those lines. I'm not entirely sure how this is all going to work out yet. But I do know that first thing here is that I want to lock this down for now. And I want to improve how our object array is stored, because this enum shit isn't working for me. And I think eventually it's just going to become a roadblock. I'm thinking that I almost want this to be a dictionary. And then what I might do is for, sorry, not asteroids, it's meteors. I will have these be an array. And also bullets. way. And so now let's just get play field working here. So I'm gonna add in a draw function here. Draw. So what I should be able to do here is object play field dot draw. Identifier. I was kind of wondering why it was letting me do that. So these have to be strings. But down there, I think I can use the dot notation. Here's my question, because this would be a great default function, but I'm wondering in what ways how does overriding functions work here? So yeah, obviously that still works, but if I define a new playfield is obviously a bad exception here. Because the playfield is going to be one of these simple objects where I can just, do it however the default is. Draw a line and just say from vector 2.0 vector 2 100 100 color dot white wheat. Let's just see what it looks like. And so what I'm wondering is, does this, because for whatever reason with the init function, it like forcibly runs the ancestor function, and I'm wondering if I have the option here. Oh, so that is interesting. And actually there was a reason that I wanted to do this, so now I want to excellent. Okay, now I'm remembering why I wanted to do this. So I had a few different ideas for how to potentially cut off the edges of the playfield. My original idea is that when, like, say the ship came over here and it got cut off by the edge, I would actually calculate where the middle of the line was and just draw a point to there instead of completing it. And that would probably have been really fancy. I might still try it actually, because I'm just a glutton for punishment with this project because it's deceptively simple. But I think what I might do instead is, now that I have the ability to draw some custom stuff here, I'm going to actually make it so that there are, you know, bars that are drawn in the buffer zone, so that you just can't see when things cross over. And then what I'm going to do is that after I draw those buffer zones, I will draw the proper square. And I think it's gonna be a couple more draw calls, but we're saving a lot of weird linear calculations at the same time. So I can like draw a rectangle, right? I sure can. Okay, so I can there is the problem though, that this doesn't use the drawing offsets at all. And by that I mean, down here we have the draw offset and the draw scale, which makes sure that the playfield is centered. Well, not just the playfield, but everything that is drawn in the official draw object function down here. Could let's just start and see where we get here. I feel like I maybe didn't think that completely through. Perhaps before we dive completely into this rabbit hole, I'm just gonna finish updating this to also include the ship draw function, which I think ship draw should just work automatically there. And so now this entire thing is going to break, which is awesome. I do think this will improve readability quite a bit. It's much better than that enum shit I was doing. This is kind of what I was talking about yesterday, is it's like I always, like, whenever I'm starting certain projects, I always think, this is a good place where an enum would probably solve my problem. I'm going to, look up for like the 500th time how to use enums in Godot, and I'm going to add it to my project, and it's probably going to work. Because it's, it seems so appealing, because it's like, you have identifiers that are just integers, so it's pretty efficient for memory. You also get like the cool like auto completion, because it's basically a constant you define at the beginning of the script or class, and stuff like that. But it never seems to work out for me. So this should, except I didn't draw the test square. But I think even though the dictionaries are probably not the most optimized storage container ever invented in programming history, they're just so convenient to use, especially when you're at the point where it's more or less still just prototyping things. But then they're also super readable, especially with, I don't know when they added this to Godot, or if this is just a feature of Python that I never knew about. But instead of having to do like playfield, I can just do like the dot syntax, which is I don't know. I just have a lot of feelings about it, I guess. So back to working on this, because I think there's something here that I can do. So I have to think. What I don't want to do is I don't want to be doing too many calculations for these every frame. So okay, so let's see. So I think I'm gonna just try to make the top bar first. See how that goes. So okay, so we're drawing a top bar, so it's going to be in the position to be size divided by 2. Then the y direction will be buffer divided by 2. The width will be size buffer. Oh, true. It seems to be farther off than I am intending it to be. Or no, it's actually because it's so thin. Let's see, let's just make this a little wider. It'll be easier to judge. Yeah, okay, so that does look like it's about 50 pixels. So that should mean that its origin is in the absolute center of the rectangle. And so if this is the top, where does that get us? No? I wish I would not get rid of errors as soon as that happens. Oh, it's because draw offset is a vector, which is reasonable enough, I guess, you know. So they should place it in the dead center then. And you can also see part of the reason I'm doing this is, I guess it's kind of hard to tell because it's so bright, and doing that won't help. But I want to draw the rectangle first so that the line can still be clearly seen without cutting off the anti-aliasing if it's enabled. Probably a good way to showcase that actually is to do something like make the line width unreasonably big. Not quite that big though. So you can see it, if this were drawn second, it should be covering over it would be covering over the line, which I can demonstrate pretty quickly here. Put that away. So if I were to do the default draw first, you'll see that it cuts it off slightly. Okay, so now it should for this one, I think it's minus size by half. We'll put it there at the top. And also we're gonna turn this back down, I guess. It is not quite over the line there. Maybe it just needs to be, there we go. And so now when we go up there, I think this needs to be like ×2 or something. Buffer ×2, and then also be negative buffer ×2. Almost. I'll just do a clean ×4 because there's no reason not to. It's gonna hopefully be invisible anyway, and I don't think that the size of the rectangle really affects how fast it's drawn. That should be more than enough cover. I am thinking I need some overflow. Although it is incredibly hard to actually get up into the corner. If this isn't covered, then you'll be able to see through it. So I might make size plus buffer ×8. This should be more than sufficient. Except it's just going to go in that direction. Okay, so now let's need to make the X position. And there we go. Before I get ahead of myself here, so obviously this isn't going to work because it's not scaling yet. And the way that that is done, let's see. We do all the normal translations, then multiply that by the scale. This is by point. I don't think that matters. And then add the draw offset. This should actually be on the next line here. There we go. Good. So to reduce calculations here, I'm going to make a couple of variables. Buffer size would be and what do I call this? This should be And it probably seems silly to do this, but when you're trying to improve the efficiency of your draw calls, you know, you definitely, there's no reason to do, because, you know, I'm gonna have to draw 4 rectangles, so there's no reason to do these calculations every time, you know, when I can just reuse a variable. Plus, I guess it does improve readability a little bit. And then I'm also going to add a color. For now, it's going to be green. There's definitely some optimization I could be doing here. Because obviously when you do something like this, you should be able to so x is going to stay the same, but this is going to be plus. Yeah, that definitely seemed odd to me. So yeah, the size should remain the same, but these should be different. So x should be the same. This should be, is this the one that should be different? Apparently I messed something up here. So the x is still good. think I messed that up. Start stream with a complicated to-do list, gets completely distracted by arbitrary tasks. I think for this, basically what we want is it to be like kind of reversed here. Oh, I don't actually need to, I just need to be there. Okay, cool. There is absolutely some kind of for loop I could have imagined to try doing this. And I may yet do something along those lines. So I'm thinking what probably is going to happen is that these are going to get switched around. Didn't want to mess that up. Looks like this is actually going to be the right. Yeah, that's probably true. Although this is just the class for the play field, so this is like 100% of the functionality it has, other than being able to detect if an object has passed the buffer. But I might try to figure out some way to reduce this later. Right now it's not too much of a problem, it's just a lot of needless repetition. Yeah, it's all internal classes today. Hey, completely forgot about that again. Did I already switch these around and then I just switched them back because I'm an idiot? These... Something that's kind of weird. These actually add up to the same thing. Don't they? Yeah, they do. Okay, so I want it to be half the size minus half size minus the buffer. I think actually, oh, that's why that's happening. What all the real problem is that the I am definitely not at peak performance today. So this will make the left side then. Yes, it will. And for these I can also for these I can also remove the extra, except that I will need to move it down. Yeah, not that. Just need it to be. That should be good. Are there gaps here? No, there's not. Although embarrassingly, it looks like yeah, that's right. So the whole reason of doing this is to get these to be underneath so that when asteroids and the ship pass under it, you can't see them anymore. There we go. So the X position is just going to be that, I think. All right, excellent. And so now I can just change this to black, and the intended effect will finally be realized. That was a lot more effort to do that than I thought it was going to be. And it's such an ugly, ugly, ugly function. It's not the worst, though. I'm thinking that what needs to happen is that I'm going to have to make some sort of for loop. Or I'm just going to have to store these beforehand or something along those lines. Yeah, I might look at this after the stream today. I spent far too much time on that. But everything does. Alright, so one last thing I want to do, and then I'm going to take a break. Oops. Is I found that this was rather unsatisfying. I want to actually change this because right now it's D-pad up. I said I want to change it to B. Because on the keyboard it's alright because it's, but with D-pads you can't, it's kind of hard to press a direction, two directions at once sometimes. But yeah, having a dedicated boost button I think makes the maneuverability with the D-pad a lot better. Actually, one more last thing. I'm going to change this back to green really quick and just make sure that at no step of the process I messed up the scaling factor. Okay, yeah, that came out right. All right, cool. So I'm gonna go on another 5-10 minute break here. When I get back, I will finally look into programming shooting, and we'll see if we can't get asteroids in within like the next hour or so. And this will be the last stretch today because I do have some things I want to do later with the family. So I'll be right back. Thanks for watching, everyone. All right, hello and welcome back, everybody. Or, hello and welcome, everybody. I'm back. You've been here. All right. So, after that incredibly long tangent, I'm going to actually add in bullets and stuff. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to just do a test with this square to see how to do, because I'm not really sure how to do proper deletion of classes. And now avoid. So far, duration. I'll say 2 seconds, and then I'll also have a var time equals 0, and then this is just going to be a time plus equals delta, which when it gets through, it will be if time is greater than or equal to duration. Is queued for deletion. And then during process, just as a test at the end here, object test square dot delete if then and then I can just use erase, it looks like. But of course, if that were to ever work, I would have to actually process it. So object square process delta. I feel like this is asking for a memory leak. I'm not 100% sure what the correct way to delete a class is. There is no way of tracking or because Q free is not even on an object, it looks like. Oh, there's free. But I don't. Okay, so the reference class, so it should actually be I feel like this will cause an error. So let's see what happens. So it did trigger the delete. I keep wanting to write time square for some reason, or time cube even. So in time shifter mode a little bit, I think, and just to, because I'm kind of curious as to what actually happens here. So I'm thinking free. So this should be all that I need for quote unquote like garbage collection. And then I also want to just to kind of curious as what's happening here. Key no. So dictionary keys. And I'm going to explicitly make sure it knows that this is a dictionary so that doesn't keep happening. This is a node duty for when and if that becomes pertinent. I told you. It's still bugging out. I attempted to free a reference. References keep an internal reference counter so that they are automatically released when no longer in use, and only then references therefore do not. Okay. I really wish there was a way that I could really test that. Test where. Invalid index. Of course. A lot of this is not quite how the bullets are going to work, because the bullets are going to be held into an array, which should automatically clean itself up over time. But I want to make sure that the basic concept works. Okay. What happened? Invalid. It's starting to be a little bit of a hassle, isn't it? Okay, now that that's taken care of, no longer really need to do that. I'm going to make the duration kind of ridiculous, so I have 10 seconds here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, stop. I've never used the profiler before, so I'm not quite sure. Some of this is good to know, actually. So I don't really need any of this right now. Like draw calls will eventually be good when I want to try optimizing that a bit. I'm not really sure in what ways it can really be optimized at this point, but so resources. I don't think that's what I want. Objects. Why are there so many objects? What counts as an object? I'm gonna track a couple of these. Was there supposed to be something that happened there? Because nothing did. Interesting. There we go. Okay, I didn't see that before, and it's such a subtle change that it doesn't show it on the graph. I kind of wish that it, I mean, I don't know, as the person who literally used this for the first time right now on stream in front of everybody, I guess I shouldn't be making criticisms, but it would be nice if like the y-axis here was scaled so that it would, you know, it would show, like it would, the scale would be the maximum difference between plotted points or something like that. because as it is, it's completely useless. Wait, why is it not counting as draw calls though? Because I shouldn't have 0 draw calls. I should have like a zillion draw calls or something. Like not a zillion. You get what I mean. But like every line should be like a draw call, or from what I understand. Guess I don't really need to be watching out for that anymore. Also, where am I getting almost 900 objects from? This is obviously something, like, I know, like, even though I only have one node, I am aware that, you know, this is probably like referring to like the root of the tree or something. Why is nothing reporting all the draw calls I'm doing? Also, when it comes to this, is there ways that you can have like custom profiles of stuff? Like you can like set like a variable that increments and stuff, because that would be kind of cool to get around, like doing like the, you know, text wall of print statements that I end up doing sometimes. I am going to, because it seems like this is what I'm concerned with. Yeah, even at this scale, it's the change is imperceptible because it's almost 900 things. So one of them getting deleted is like, there's no way you can notice that. Okay, so long story short, basic idea works. I'm gonna just comment that out for now, because when I start doing asteroids, I want to, or I'm sorry, the meteors. I keep doing that. Okay, I'm going to open up array because I'm going to be using those quite a bit here. It would be nice to have the reference available. Can't do that. It'd be kind of nice if you could do custom types for arrays. There might be a way to do that. So for now, I'm just gonna close that. And I'm gonna make a class bullet extends game object is going to have a velocity. Which actually reminds me, I wanted to change this because it's not consistent with my naming schema, my naming pattern. That should be satisfactory though. Just gonna give it a, basically I'm gonna have it so that by default its velocity is going 10 pixels per second to the right, but when it gets spawned I'm going to change its velocity to be rotated into the same orientation as the ship, is more or less how I'm going to handle that. And the other things I needed were, I want a duration. Um, 10 is probably too much. I'm going with that. I'm also going to have our idea equal to -1, and this will be, it will automatically be given, this might, no, that's not going to work. It's going to, I don't know, I'm going to have to look into, because I know arrays, you have to, it would be nice if I could have it just clear itself from the array. Ultimately, there will be a top limit to how many bullets can be on screen just based upon the lifetime of the bullets. That won't work. Didn't mean that, I meant target. Okay. So just to test it out, I want to make a for whatever reason, that doesn't freak out the same way as when I was trying the very first tests at the beginning of the stream. Like this one, absolutely. Like it just refuses, even though it should be as simple as just like, oh no, that's false. You dummy, why'd you do that? Like, oop. But for whatever reason it gives an error. I'm not sure why it does that. I keep saying things like, I'm not really sure why it does that, which I think is fair. I think this is, a lot of this right now is kind of uncharted territory. I don't think anybody really, like, this is a very odd game to make, and it goes against most of the design philosophy of the engine. I'm gonna add this back in just so we have something to shoot at. test squared. Instead, I'm going to remove a lot of this stuff. Before doing anything, let's see. Can we get the very first thing is I want to just spawn one in when I press this. And how is that going to be done? So obj dot new, and then I need to give it a target, which is right now it's going to be test square. And at the end of some process here, basically what's going to happen is it's going to be obj dot it should just be append. And then in here, I need to get the points assigned. I'm just gonna copy that, put that in there, and I'm going to make it pretty small. It might even be too much to make it, because this is going to make it 2 pixels wide, basically. Okay, and so down here in low, I am. So right now, I just want to add it. And then I also want to obj dot rather, if it is not empty, then for bullet and obj dot bullets. What's your problem? Sounds like something that isn't happening anymore. Yeah, I don't know why I can't click that to make it go away anymore. And I forget like the little macro that you have to put in to make it go away. Gosh, I just noticed how long this code is. 400 lines. Alright. Of course. Okay, so that's done. So now I need to bullet.position should equal object ship dot points. Oh no. Let's do ship dot get shape. Zero plus object dot ship. No, I don't want to do it there. I just want it this one. So get shape dot rotated. Shape dot ship dot rotation. And so now this should. Hey, that's pretty cool. This is the kind of feature you only get to see live. check out that profiler. Yeah, I know. It's like that moment when, like, maybe I should just change course here. As entertaining as this is, my computer is going to die if I do this. How's them draw calls going now? It's still, I don't know why it's not reporting. I don't know what it counts as a draw call, you know. So the one good thing about this, I suppose, is, well, part of the reason is because the bullets don't have the warp function applied to them yet. So number one priority here, ship that spawn equals false. Okay. It does seem to be working as intended. Let's see. So now bullet dot velocity should equal no, I have to do this. Bullet dot velocity dot rotated object ship rotation. So now I need to just gonna have that as a little safeguard. Okay, so what's like 1,000? Oh, I'm also not. I am processing the bullet, right? I am not processing the bullet. And now I'm guessing this is the thing where it's... I never needed so that... oh, actually... I'm surprised I got away with this. I guess it's okay because this, yeah, this is delta controlled, so it never gets out of hand. Why isn't it going behind? Is it just because it's going too fast? Okay. Sometimes it just gets too fun to like mess around with stuff. Not sure why some of them are stopping. Oh, because they stop after, of course. That makes sense. So for what I really need to do here is do in range object bullets size object bullets I process if object bullets I dot delete then we want to remove, I think, object bullets dot remove I. What's the error? Invalid index 2. Of course, because I can't just start deleting things from the array in the middle of a for loop. So what I'm going to really need is for I for index and delete list, I want to bullets dot remove index. And also the duration is way too long. I'm gonna make it like 2 and see how that works out. Even 2 is too long. Should be like 0.5 maybe. And it looks like it's maybe too fast. But that might also mean that I have to increase the time here a little bit. Yeah, that's the bullets in Asteroids is pretty controlled, pretty controlled speed. It seems like I have not. I think I need to restrict the max velocity of the player a little bit. I think part of the reason why that never happens is because I should be doing it out here. Maybe 25 by 25. we've got bullets. Let's see, let's go over to level. I did add the square back. Order doesn't really matter here. Okay, cool. Object has square. Probably needs to be made into some kind of function here. But I don't actually need to do this for loop. Because even though it is technically a square and has, 4 points on it, I'm actually just going to check the bullet position. And instead of changing the awesome. What was it again for dictionaries? It was erase. So really, object erase square. Fatal crash. Okay, well, what this basically tells me is that it worked. I'm not going to go through the trouble of everything else about that. Is there, this is technically only one function. It just looks like a lot of crap. That's kind of a... and I'm really going to also save some computation by not doing this inside, because I'm also going to have to, when I add meteors, I'm going to have basically the same kind of loop, and but instead of them having a flag for deletion, their removal condition will be if this is true. So let's see if I can't very quickly add get rid of that. I need to get rid of the reference to it down here. Well, let's see. I did want to get asteroids in the game today, but it's not looking like it's going to happen. I could really quickly convert this to just be meteor. I'm aware what's still using test score. Oh, of course. Oh, damn it. I don't think I'm actually going to end up using that. The reason that I was giving bullets a target before is because in the original game there are like little alien ships that can fly through in addition to the asteroids that you have to dodge, and they will, you know, they'll just kind of like fly in one direction and shoot bullets in your generally where you are. So I wanted to have a way to distinguish bullets, what they could hit, and that still might be necessary, but I could also probably accomplish the same thing with a flag. So like if it's variable player equals true, then obviously it couldn't hurt the player, but otherwise I will probably do a thing where I check for collision with the player down here. I'll just say it's true. And basically the way I'll handle this is that when those alien ships shoot, they will change it to false, and that will cause a flag down here to trigger. So it'll be something like that. But we're probably a long way from getting the aliens added into the game, since we still don't have the titular meteorites or meteors or meteoroids or whatever I'm calling them now. I could just add a few. Except now I'm also going to want to expedite I'm going to want to pass in position information. So I also want position. I'm also going to want velocity. Which, by the way, this needs velocity, so so this will be just default it to 0. Oh man, I spaced out. I think I'm been going on for a little bit too long today. Yeah, so this ended up being kind of a weird episode, I think. Let's see. I do kind of want to just go ahead and set position. So obviously this is going to and then function process delta. No, that's fine. So then when I'm creating it, I need to pass in so for this one, I'm going to pass in a vector 2 of negative 100 by negative 100. And then also vector 2 dot right dot rotated. I'll just do it right, but then also times how fast are the bullets going? Bullets are like 100 or something, right? 500. I don't really want these to be like speeding around. So it's going to be a little bit weird because right now all of the meteors will be going to, oh gosh. Yeah, I can kind of tell that I'm out of it because I'm making mistakes like that. So I guess before I go further, how does that work? And not at all, because there's no drawing yet. Okay, so draw. If not object dot for meteor object dot meteors. Okay. And now I'm going to have to put these up here and have it sort of processes. Okay. I'm just going to see if that does anything. Processes. Expected 1 arguments, of course. And I'm going to make sure that this is a polygon. will be. Right now, obviously, it's a pretty sad meteor. It's just a square. Oh, and then also I'm going to need to do the wrapping. So that should work, right? How does that look again? I was checking on the one side to make sure it didn't go through. Okay, so this is what I was thinking of before, and luckily I designed everything so that this could be changed eventually. First of all, I do know that I want the meteors to be a bit larger, so right now they're about 40. The biggest one should probably be 80. They won't be a perfect square, but I'm thinking that's about the size that I want them to be. And then I'm also going to need, so 40, then, so now I need to go to playfield, and its buffer size should be so I think that the way this is set up, it will look best. That might be a bit too big. It does leave quite a bit of dead space where the player can't be seen. The original Asteroids also kind of did that, though. But yeah, what I was mostly concerned about was making sure that the largest object should basically loop perfectly. Okay, so we can get rid of that. I'm not sure if the meteor needs anything else. What I do need is to doing this. So this is going to become a mess. I'm wondering how. Because right now it's relatively small. And I think in a normal Asteroids game, like, you probably won't be able to survive past the point that there's like an absolute maximum of like, well, no, that's not true. like there's definitely not going to be more than 100 things on the screen. That's still becoming a pretty lengthy. And it would definitely help if I had some sort of algorithm to be able to make sure things are in, like, even. There's a lot going on here. I think I might have to just be done today. For now, I would like to Is this the day that this turns into spaghetti? Is this how it goes down? Meteors. And definitely not this. I just need to delete this dot append append J. Index in range for index in BT or delete list. I think that's how it went. And so obviously and then this is actually where I need an object that bullets player, because I actually don't want the alien bullets to destroy meteors, because it could end up making, they're supposed to be a hassle and to get in your way, and they're not supposed to help you clear out the meteor field. And let's see, I set that. Oh wait, it's always player by default. Right, yeah. So that means that this should still work. And just to test though, I'm gonna make it so yeah, now it doesn't. So just to finish off for today, I'm going to add a couple more. So there's that. And this one will be. So obviously this is a little boring right now, but actually I want it so that the bullets also delete themselves. And I'm gonna keep it in alphabetical order here. So yeah. All right, I think that's it for today. I wanted to get the score stuff and whatever started, but it's just not happening today. I don't know why I feel so fried at the moment. Probably because yesterday I had lunch before I started my stream, so I was pretty much raring to go the whole time. Today I just had breakfast at the normal time I have it, and I got so distracted by everything that I forgot to eat lunch today. Whoops. So I'm probably gonna go do that now. Yeah. So I did go on a bit of a tangent at the very beginning, doing things that may or may not have been interesting or on my to-do list, but they needed to get done. They helped me internalize a lot of the game behavior, and I think going forward that's going to be good. So yeah, next time I'm going to focus on starting up a score system. Probably going to make it so that there are 3 kinds of meteor classes, or I'll find some way to make it so that they vary in size. I'll also have to make it so that the player dies when they hit one. What else do I need to do? That's probably what I'll get done next time. All right, well, my name is Anna Merrill, also known as Ethan Merrill, and this has been Let's Make for the, no, not for anything. It's just, today is absolute clusterfuck. I'm sorry for anybody who actually watched this whole thing. This is probably, it's weird because like this would be like in a normal show or something, this would be like a filler episode, but like critically important information happened. So anybody who tunes in next time is going to be like confused by the, like it's like a filler episode where like smack dab in the middle something actually advances the core arc, and so like the next episode is no longer filler, but they're going on like from plot that you weren't there for. I feel like that's kind of what this was, because like people are going to watch yesterday's episode, they're going to see how much of a train wreck the beginning of this one was, and then they're going to come back next time and like we've already got like meteors in, like it's like night and day, like the differences in the game. It just like took me like a long ass time to get there today. So all right, well, thanks for anybody who watched. I hope that it was interesting, fun, and hopefully next time I'll have more energy, and I won't get so distracted. Yeah, bye for now. Thank you.